Okay, good morning to all players this morning. It's JannLee here. We're here for Crazyhouse Weekly 23. I've been on vacation for a few weeks. The stream hasn't been on during then. I've just returned yesterday, back at home on my main home computer. So the live stream is back. So we're going live at 5 today. That's 5 a.m. back to normal. This morning we've got the time limit of 2 plus 2, so that's 2 minutes to begin with, 2 seconds increment. My first opponent is Opper. So good luck to all the players. I'm expecting, we'll see some short games today. We'll see some longer games with an increment, particularly against the stronger players. I've had the luxury of being able to play quite a bit and practice quite a bit over the last couple of weeks. So, I've found some fairly good form recently, and hopefully that shows today. So, let's see how it goes. Okay, we've got a standard e4, e5 position. Starting to get a little bit of difference. I've seen this being played a little more recently. I did a game of analysis up against it was Math Ace recently. I put that up, and we've got a knight on f5, queen on d2, putting a bit of pressure on h6 at the moment. My mind's thinking now if I should put bishop at f4 on. Knight d5 is something potential. Yeah, there's a few options here. I actually want to stop knight d5 here, so I'm going to play bishop at a5. I've tucked the king away to h8 to avoid potential pressure here later. Also avoids tricks with knight at e7, which can occur later. Now here I'm considering if he's going to try to play knight h6. That's quite possible. I'm gonna get a knight on f4. Now bishop at g5 is also something that's coming soon. I need to try to undermine this knight by getting this bishop active. And he's just ignored g2 altogether. He's causing me a little bit of grief here. I'm going to have to leave it. I didn't like knight g2 because it opened up too much pressure on h6. Okay, we've got a few people coming into the chat now, which is great. A few good luck wishes, which is really nice. Okay, I'm going to allow this bishop g7 first. And I'll get some pressure here. So the position's starting to turn a little bit sharp already. Oh, wow. Okay. Don't know if this is accurate. It's going to turn very tactical very fast. I'm looking at bishop h4 just to secure myself against this knight at f6 mate. And then I want to grab the queen. Oh, this is dangerous. No, I'm in big trouble here. Queen at h8 is too difficult to stop. Oh, nice sharp game to begin there. I like the way Oppa wasn't played. After knight takes e1, maybe, yeah, I was expecting something like rook a takes e1, so a rush with bishop takes h4, but potentially bishop takes e1 kept my position alive longer. Yeah, anyway, first round loss. Let's have a look, a few good luck wishes. E-Dog Bomb says please never go on vacation again. I'm going to berserk this one. Douglas Sham says 5 AM stream, nice. Do some work, Evan. He says increment today's cool. I'm not a fan of last second time scrambles. And E-Dog Bomb says increment might actually be a disadvantage for Jar. He just crushes people in time scrambles. Yeah, I think it's all part of the game. A big part of time scrambles really is just avoiding losses in time scrambles. So let's explain the berserk when there's increment for those who aren't familiar. Berserking means you give up half of your time, but you gain an extra point if you win the match. In this case, with increment, berserking means you not only lose half your time, but you also lose your right to any increment. So it's a significant time disadvantage. Okay, so in this setup, I've taken a bishop in exchange for a knight, trying to develop some pressure here very quickly to begin with. There's also been some pressure come out on the file very quickly. So this queen's already become available, but there's probably a mate on the line as well. Okay, well, let's try to berserk again. Just got in just in time. Ali Arantelik says, good luck, JannLee. Thank you a lot for your streams. Thanks for joining. Appreciate that. And do some work even. Says, Jan, have you tried Bughouse on chess.com yet? Yes, I have tried Bughouse on chess.com. I had a couple of players here from Lee Chess, so do you want to give it a try? So we did give it a go. Honestly, I think the experience on Fix is a lot better. Great to see that they're trying to implement Bughouse and that there's progress there, but in terms of player experience, I think there's more that could be done on making communication easier for the players. So yeah, I mean, my opinion is that, in a few words, probably left more to be desired. That was my assessment. Simple here was knight at e7 check and king f7, queen at e8 was forced mate. But okay, this will work as well. We'll have a bishop in hand. Um, and I did see some responses on the forums with regards to Bughouse on chess.com and is that a threat to Lichess? Honestly, I don't think it is. I think Lichess is still a great site. I think Lichess could potentially focus on putting something out like Crazyhouse 960, which would be completely original, possibly less work to implement, and greater return for the website and for the players. Completely original game. So yeah, that's my take on Bughouse on chess.com. Okay, so I'm playing against a Perk King's Indian type setup here. I'm gonna get active on the king. So I don't mind having a knight because I can bring it in on g5. Play pawn at e6 first. I was looking at bishop takes e6, knight at g5, king g8. May have been a little bit too liberal with time here. So rook at d8 is now the threat. Pardon me for the cough. Okay, we've got 12 team, Gabix, Baggio 95, it's a new name. Opelwezen, Masatan, might not berserk against Baggio, I don't know this opponent. Okay, early sack. So I'm going to do something a little bit different. Against this, I'm actually just accepting that I'm losing a piece for 2 pawns and getting some center in return for that. Against bishop b5, I want to defend e5. This is also a battery in preparation for bishop b2, which is likely. And so with a strong center here, I'll be looking to try to play on the light squares and attack white's king in the near future. So let's get bishop at h5 in. Yeah, knight d5 is coming as well. Maybe castles first is sensible. Okay, bishop at h6 starting with some attack. Now, I'm fine with leaving a rook here to be captured because the queen catches and covers the king nicely. In Crazyhouse, a bishop or a knight, in my opinion, is worth about the same as a rook. The value, of course, changes depending on the situation. So here, a rook mates, so obviously it's more valuable. So, black needs to be careful of forks and things which might pick off a rook. So here, a trade there and a sack on d5, take bishop at c6 is something I'd be careful of. So I'm assessing if that's a genuine threat or not. So look, I'm going to play bishop at h5 and just ignore it for now, create some pressure here. I don't mind having a knight in hand because I can play knight f5 or knight at f5 to hit this bishop. In fact, I'm going to use the old knight in this case. And this is basically to undermine his attacking piece, so I can get rid of this structure before a mate threat develops by white attacking one of my horizontal pieces. So I don't mind clearing this up. Okay, so before going with all trades, I'm actually just going to consolidate G7 by putting a pawn there. I'm already up on material here. So rather than trying to crush my opponent quickly, I'm going to play sensibly and ensure that counterattack doesn't come quickly. So even here, pawn at G7 is fine as well. And now I've consolidated here, I can think about how I want to attack. So even pawn at f4 here, just to really seal off h6. This is very much just constricting any play for my opponent. So now coming in with the knights to hit e2, it's quite logical. Bishop d4 looks attractive already. If the king moves across, knight at g3 is dangerous. So we'll come in with knight at g3 anyway. Pardon me with a cough, I caught that overseas. So you can see that was a very low risk approach after I obtained a material advantage, just to slowly push the opponent back and then constrict anything. Gabx 94 is berserking. Okay, I'm going to allow that. Now 12 teens just surged right ahead. So he's had a few quick matches. Danny Walker asks, have you ever seen snow? Yes, I have seen snow. I was in America, maybe 4 or 5 years ago, around Minnesota, and it was around Christmas time, and it was snowing during then. Okay. So I'm looking at trying to make knight at e2 a threat here. I expect to capture this way so that the bishop would keep defending, and I was going to hit this piece. Yeah, here I'm looking at f7 if that's something that can be hit. I'm going to allow it. I'll get in on g2. Pardon me. Alright, 12-team looks like the man to catch today. So I think, yeah, if there's a chance at berserk and to get some quick wins on the board, that has to be done. So Opper again. I've got the white pieces this time. Been playing a lot against Opper on the holidays. If you've been tuned into the channel, you may have seen the Training Ground series started up. Probably a little bit too much of the Training Ground series. Now, let's see what's going on here. I think I like to put some pressure on f7. Knight at d6 is quite playable. I'll leave the bishop here. Now, I don't mind if he tries to pick off a pawn. We'll bring this back. Douglas Sham, he says, when did you stop playing standard chess? That was probably about 10 years ago. It's been a while. Okay, he's Opal Weson's now picking off some of my pieces. Yeah, I'll give up the rook. I'll pick up this pawn in return. So while I am down material, I do have some advantage in development here. My mind's thinking on how I can make bishop f7 work. So something like knight ef6 would get mated straight away with bishop takes f7, king takes f7, knight at g5, king e8, pawn at f7. So I think for black to preserve his pieces, something like knight g5 might be required. He's gone to d6 instead. So let's add some pressure. So I play knight at e4. It's just adding more pressure to d6. But if he chooses to capture it, then I'll recapture this and I'll get some open lines. So you can see I'm being a lot more liberal with material than what you'd be allowed to do in chess, really. If knight f5, maybe even something like pawn at e7 and pawn at f6 would follow. This bishop pair here can cause some problems for black. So yeah, I'm going to go with that. Okay, so now f7 could be something. So let's get aggressive here. Now if the king comes up, I'm just going to be happy playing something like f4 or pawn at f4. If the king goes back, knight e6 is coming. That picks up the queen. See if we can make it decisive. Is there a mate here? Yeah, why not? Let's give it a go. So when the king comes either way, I'll either hit knight at c5 or knight at g5. So it could still be defensible, but look, white's still got plenty of defense here. So I feel like pawn f7, I think I'm letting him get away with king d7. So at this stage I'm going to play queen at f7 to grab some material. Bishop at e3, I can block that off. I should get compensation here. So I find a big difference in time with a stronger opponent today. Maybe I'll sidestep that. Yeah, I can see mate now. So I've got rook at f8 and rook at d8 to finish. Wow, 12 team, now up to 52. Okay, Oscar Ortega. I'm not familiar with this opponent, so I'll choose not to berserk. Against these C3 lines, I prefer not to accept the gambits, I just try to get active myself by pushing both these pawns to ensure I'm also getting my pieces out. So my opponent's given up a little bit of material to begin with. Do I want to open things up yet? Yeah, I think it's alright to trade this. Pawn at d7 is potentially coming. I think I can just leave this here. If I capture it, then I have to fend off things like bishop c6 and knight at e5. So bishop c6, knight takes e5 to preserve this, then queen at d5 becomes a possibility. Well, I've got a rook either side, I can defend this. So now I need to cover this, but also start attacking myself. And here the other thing I like about my position at the moment is I've got natural defensive pieces, so it's less likely there's going to be tactical tricks that pull a piece off the board. And while this pawn looks threatening at the moment, white's going to need some support on c8 or e8 to make something happen. So here it comes. So there's a c8 threat now. So that's something to be respected. I'm going to have to part with this knight. Alright, let's just be very direct and make some play on the king side. So I can't put things on h3 just yet because queen at h4 covers that. So even this is something that can be captured. But yeah, with the capture of this knight, perhaps I can make something on the king side. Otherwise, it's too difficult to penetrate the king side without a knight. Okay, he's decided to capture. Now's a good time to grab the knight. So white still looks fairly safe. Knight at c5 is a place where white can come in. So let's just cover that. I actually can't blow up my opponent at the moment. I just have a material advantage with an extra rook. So I'm probably going to need to play a material game for a little while. Pick off the dangers near my king. But relative to 12-10, I think I'm moving through games at a much slower pace. So this one should be captured. Okay, so bishop's on here, knight's coming this way. Knight at c6 shouldn't be too much of a concern. Let's get an attacking piece at play. Alright, I've got to pick up the pace now. We're into the late stages. Okay. So I don't want to play this because of knight at e5, so I'm just keeping this square guarded. Yeah, I need to be careful here. Things can head south pretty quickly. So I'm giving myself some coverage on e6. I want to move back here. So yeah, the checks are running out for white now, so I should come in on the back rank. Part of cough, just can't shake it, tickle in the throat. Okay, 12-10. So this match I have to make count because he's so far ahead. We'll castle first. Okay, I'm going to hit d4, undermine this one first. b5 is going to come at some stage, and then bishop b3 is okay. And we can have the classic pawn roll versus pawn roll, where black tries to hit on the queen side, white on the king side. So yeah, here I'm going to try to take advantage of this. He's ignored it altogether. Yeah, I'll capture it. So I can't play AB because rook A1 and knight at A2 mates. So I have to protect this. So I think both players are okay here. You can either take the knight or take the pawn. If he takes the knight, he got two pieces for the queen. He's doing alright. I might play just king b1, keep the king side under control. And he's got a playable position too. Pawn at h6 will come in later. Could potentially throw that in first just to make sure I secure that square. So I think he's making a positional decision here on what should be captured. So yeah, I'm going to go for pawn at h6 first. I think if rook a2, hg is going to be too dangerous. So now I've got this secured, I'm going to secure my own king side. What my mind's thinking here is his only real way in is knight at b4, so that's what I need to secure against. Now the question is if I should attack or defend. I think rook c1 is sensible. Just simply threatening rook c7, which would draw the defender off g7, and then I can get another pawn to put on there. It also helps consolidate c2, which is a potential weakness on white's king later on. So okay, I think rook c7 looks really dangerous here. I'm going to go for it. If takes, I think pawn at g7 is too much to hold off. So he's acknowledged that by not recapturing. So we can get it straight on. Or we could hold a little bit. Because black can't really do anything here. Maybe rook c2 is more sensible. I'll just double the rooks and put some pressure on c8 because he's pushed the rook up. So rather than open things up with pawn at g7 and potentially allow some counterplay, I'm going to see if I can constrict his play first. Rook a7 is not really an option, that's going to get captured. Vincent Fenegay says, what can you say about opening play in Crazyhouse? I can say it's still relatively unexplored. For example, both players here are in unfamiliar territory reasonably early. I think there's a lot to be discovered still. So okay, now's time. I should do something with my material advantage. Knight b3 is the potential threat. So I'm going to secure against that. So I'm really trying to give black nothing to work with here. d6 is now coming. He's still looking for attack potential. So I just need to keep that a2 square covered. So I'm basically just going to try to win by taking all the pieces now. Alright, so happy with how I played that game. Got that advantage with a queen for 2 pieces. And, well, it wasn't really an advantage. I mean, it's a fair trade, but it was a potential on h6, which made the queen more threatening because then mate becomes available. Okay, Masalanka. So I've not played this opponent too many times. It's great to see there's new strong players coming onto the server. All right, a few GG notes on the channel chat. Thanks, guys. Okay, I'm going to try to be decisive early here. I'm looking at this trade on d5 and seeing if I can first clear a spot on g7. So I'm satisfied having a stronghold here and just defending that. I've got to cover this d4 pawn. And there's not many pieces here, so if black plays something like bishop f6, the king could be a little bit bare at the back. Now with this advantage here, I'm looking at undermining either f7 or h7 to make progress. D5 has become available, so knight at f6 is something else. So basically, with this one extra pawn here, again, I'm just moving to a sensible play where I'm just trying to consolidate, not make anything happen on my king's side, keep that material advantage, and then gradually build towards something. So yeah, here queen at h8 is looking very attractive. So let's get the attack rolling. I think queen at e8 looks sensible. Oh, he's going to part with that rook. So you can already see here white's massed a considerable material advantage. Jeez, pardon me. Sorry, I know the cough makes a horrible sound on the mic. It's just can't control it. Alright, f8, e7, d8. With the rook in hand, that's a pretty solid way of coming in. So meanwhile, 12 teams already got his multiplier back up. We'll need another competitor to get in his way as well. Otherwise, he's going to run away with this very quickly. Okay, Rafael Nadal. Yeah, I'll choose not to berserk again. I'm not too familiar with this opponent. So we've got a b3, bishop b2 setup, and there's some potential pressure that could build up here later. So he's building sensibly here. I'm going to encourage this trade. So I quite like White's position here actually. I think Black's just a bit passive. It's nothing decisive yet. There's plenty of defense to break through, but Black's not really threatening White in any way. Most of Black's pieces are behind the third rank. So I'm going to try to cut off this. I mean, I think that's White's most valuable piece at the moment. So that's where I'm going to begin. So to Vincent Feniger's question on opening play, like here's an opening I don't know about. So that's how early um, the original play begins. Yeah, knight at f5 is a sensible move. Now this knight now allows pawn at g4 with the trade coming off. This has at least been removed for the time being. I can see if I can try to make some progress. E7 or b6, maybe e7, just so that the e7 square remains covered. So here I'm looking at knight c5, rook c5, rook c5, queen c5, rook at e5 to try to make a play at pawn at e7. If he does that, I'm going to sack my queen on e5 and allow the knight to come in. But he's going to c4, so he's looking at capturing this guy instead, potentially. He's going to hit with bishop at c5. So in fact, I might even sack the queen on c5. Because what will happen is if I play pawn at d6, he just plays bishop b4, and then pawn at e5 comes later. White's generating some initiative, and black's not really doing too much. So I'm going to make a decision here to part with the queen early. This bishop's to defend e7, and you'll find I'm quite liberal with where I give up the queen. I want to try to make something happen on the king side while I've still got a fortress here. So yeah, queen c5 is not necessarily theoretically best, it's a practical decision. So I just need to get some of my pieces off the bay into useful spots. So I'm looking at getting bishops on these lines, progressing gradually. So bishop takes and bishop at e7 is how white's going to progress. I may need to even just prevent that for now. Danny Walker's suggesting to play 1.f3. Good on you, Danny. Seldom anything useful comes out of Danny, but he's a good supporter of the channel. So what can I say? Okay, I need to just start ignoring some of this and making some attack myself, I think. So what White is trying to do at this stage is try to develop an attack with limited support pieces. So he's got the queen in hand, but it's hard to penetrate here without much. And I'm just trying to do the opposite by keeping him at bay, by limiting the trades. But he's making some, bit by bit, a little bit of progress. So we're cycling through pieces here a few times. So d6 is now hanging. Just playing very patiently. think I've allowed him too much here. Just not made some attack moves of my own. Alright, we could be here for a while. We're both going to play similar game of patience. But pawn at g4, pawn at h3 will come in sooner or later. I've now got the queen in my hand. So let's get going. Yeah, I'm going to ignore this rook for a moment. Oh, looks like someone got in the way of 12 team. Okay, this looks too dangerous for white now to allow this. I think he had to defend g2 with knight e1 or bishop at h1, because he's not going to get a counter attack on my queen, on my king. Alright, it's rook at h1 mating. It's close. So let's put this one on first. Maybe it should be pawn at h3 actually. Alright, so long game of patience there. We finish at move 55 if we were going to play the last move. So who took 12 team down? JannLee student. That's interesting. Alright, upper Wesson again. Yeah, we're playing the e4, e5. So another note on openings. I mean, Upper Wesson's been coming up with some original play, which has been good to see as well. Okay, I'm going to make a hit on this. I expect white to counter-attack pretty quickly with something like knight f5. Or even a knight c6. Okay, so knight c6 is chosen. bc. I'm not keen on trading the queens just yet. Okay, so this is just a straight open game, balanced position. Both players are in new territory here. Yep, whatever fiery tactics come along, come along. So, should be a good game, this one. I'm trying to make some play down here. He may even choose to ignore it, play something like pawn at e5. Yeah, I should probably pressure him on the clock a little bit as well. So if he captures here, I pick up this knight. Yeah, he could show me something that I haven't seen, but I think bishop at c5 is putting a piece where it can just be attacked. So you're building up yourself some burden in defense here. Wow, that looks adventurous. So he's now coming on f6. I think that can just be taken. Huh? I'm going to capture it. Now I don't want to capture with a queen. Or do I? It's probably a little bit too adventurous. Now Queen f6, GF, and Knight at g7, King f8. I need to be careful. Queen at d8 takes the knight. Pawn h6, King g6. It looks riskier, but I nearly feel like I have less initiative if I play GF. I'm going to take with the queen. I'll see if I've missed something very obvious here. Knight at g7, King f8. I should be able to run around. The threats are Queen at c1, Rook at c1. If I just play GF, my Queen's on d8, his Queen's on a1. He can play Knight at g7, King f8, Knight f5. I feel like I've got no penetration on his King. Wow, I didn't see Queen at e7, so we'll see if I'm mated now. Okay, very sharp. I have to decide carefully. King e6, that's mated, that's King here. Gotta come this way and run up that way. He may have just enough. Knight f4 looks dangerous. Oh, he's not going that way. We might have to settle for a draw here. I don't know if King g4's... Oh, fallen into mate. He's got bishop e2. Should have just taken the draw. Got a little bit too ambitious there. I was looking at Knight f4 and King g4 to try to get my king out of dodge, but I think it was just moving to treble. So that's a bit disappointing. I think I had to settle for a draw. And it was a draw because if he didn't take that, I'm not sure if he could have made it with an alternate path with h4. I think I was running away. But sometimes one player can commit to an attack, and if they can't deliver mate, they're too far down on material, so they actually have to settle for a draw. So we were reaching one of those positions. Okay, we've got an hour to go. I'm a long way from the lead, so I'm going to get a little bit reckless here. Probably berserk a few more matches, play a little bit more aggressively. I can either take the knight or I can take the rook. For taking the knight for now. Alright, so a little bit more aggressive this game. It's been fruitful. So I'll be berserking some high-rated players. I'll probably play less of the conservative style and more of the aggressive style. So make it interesting for the channel. There's a number of different styles you can play. Let's have some fun with this. Okay, now the stock's down at e4, e5. Very balanced again. White playing on this line, black playing on these squares. A knight on f4 is where I'm looking at next. Okay, this is leaving e2 a little bit open. Alright, I've got to remember I've berserked here, so yeah, let's be a little bit reckless. I'm going to try to take advantage of e2, and this removes a key attacker. So knight takes b7 is natural here. Against that I'd play bishop at e2. Try to attack with knight at f3 as soon as I can. Aside from what's going on the board, yeah, I also have to be practical with what's on the clock. Yeah, knight at f3 is a mate threat now, so he can't recapture the queen. If rook takes d1, I'll get knight at f3 in first, capture, capture. After king g2, queen takes f6. This is getting mated though. So Tolkien's got more than double the points I have. I'm definitely not challenging the first position here. So good to be back on stream. It's been a while, back on the home computer. Been using a laptop for a little while. The trouble I had was on holidays in Indonesia. This event starts at 2 a.m. So that was a little bit difficult with having a family to manage as well. Okay, let's play f3, get e5 in potentially. So this is the most 101 straightforward attack you can get. It's just pawn at h6 on the enemy king. In this case, it's blunt but effective. So here I'm going to play an intermezzo or an in-between move where I can get knight at h5 in because of this this pin. Make use of that. So let's grab this. So I think queen at g6 is necessary here, yeah. So yeah, let's just capture and hit the queen. So here my concern's mostly on the clock. That's where I need to move. Oh, that was unexpected. I thought something like bishop at e5 and was trying to cover on g7 was most sensible. But perhaps he felt this is a better way. Omer 1997, another new player. Okay, so bishop b4 has been played here. It's traded for a knight. I feel like that could be helpful. So with the queen here, king here, I'm trying to get knight at f6 in. This match is flying very quickly. I think that's how Cheesy Bread's been rising to the top. He's just had a few more of those matches, which have gone quite quickly. And then you're sitting on the bench waiting for a pairing before you know it again. He's playing very well though. He's only lost a few games. Okay, we got a double berserk here. So it's effectively a 1-0 match. Okay, knight d2 has been played. So, this is a slightly passive way, but very solid, very safe. Alright, if he wants to trade off, I'm happy to do that. I basically feel like in White doing this, he's putting a bishop in a little less useful square than it was. And then Black's now getting the chance to put a stake in on the king side before White does. So bishop at e2 is now a threat. Now g2 is a weakness. So I can try to threaten the rooks now. And if it's not a rook I'm threatening, it's a knight I'm threatening. So knight at h3 and rook at h1 are threats. So I have this rook to capture as well. He should take with the knight to defend, but we can just keep attacking. So rook at h1 now, very hard to stop. He's hanging in there. Alright, I seem to have made up a little bit of ground on Opperwesen at least. It looks like these two are fighting, so that's a top match. Opperwesen versus 12 team. Keen to see the outcome on that. Okay, Guilty King. Yeah, this is a really strange setup. Very aggressive. I'm going to try to undermine the dark squares first. Here, just consolidate E6 and G6. Yeah, time is a concern though. So yeah, my mind's now thinking pawn at G4, H4. It might be good to get knight C6 in. I might need more material to push white. Yeah, maybe even part with his queen. So okay, I've got 20 seconds left. This is pretty critical here. Okay, this queen is now sitting in territory where it could get trapped. That could be useful for me. So pawn of e6 is a little bit sharp, or if I take this and he recaptures here, I probably have to play king h7, or else I'm at risk of getting mated. Oh, he's decided to sack. Oh, that doesn't look good for white. Now queen at h1, knight at e4. That's the next threat. I just got to keep moving. So bishop c4 is now a mate threat. And knight g3 and queen f2 follow. Alright, happy with how I played that one. My opponent made their position quite tricky with some unusual opening and a bit of sharp tactics there. I was just happy to be able to put some commentary in while only having 1 minute on the clock. Okay, meanwhile, looks like Opperwesen put a dent into 12 team. Okay, let's continue the berserking. Ah, the pawn was hanging. Should have taken it. Okay, we'll take it this time. Alright. Straight up hack. Maybe, yeah, you could take this one either way. Oh, he's giving up the queen. No, I don't have enough to really just check him out, or maybe I did. Maybe bishop at g4 was enough, but I felt like the king still had spaces to run. So with the limited time I have, I've made a decision to just bring some more ammunition to the party with e5. Now with the king in the open, it's nice to just block off the escape squares. And now blocking off e5, and then queen h4 will follow. Or you can do it this way as well, queen f6. But yeah, queen at e2 is a nice kind of fishing net to prevent your opponent from walking backwards. Okay, Saeed again. Played him earlier today. Where's he gone? He may have just temporarily disconnected. Okay, there he is. Okay, we've got an early bishop g4 here. This bishop can come to g5, can go to e3. I've just chosen e3 in this case because knight d4 is a possibility at some stage. Bishop g5 was probably fine as well. Just mixing it up a little. Now we're attacking here, attacking d4. But I'm still pinned here, so there's nothing really decisive yet. Okay. Alright, let's try something ambitious. I said I was going to be ambitious, didn't I? I'm actually not too keen on him capturing. I prefer that he didn't. I was thinking bishop g6, g5. Not really playing the best moves, but it's all on time constraints. So Vincent says, why does the castling animation always look so laggy in Crazyhouse? Seems weird. I don't find it laggy, I don't find it that different. John Seruna says, of all the opponents I've seen you played against, you've always had a positive win-lose ratio. Is there a player that you have more losses than wins? Yeah, there must be a player with more losses than wins. Who would that be? There's some players I haven't played many games against, and they've only played a handful against me, and they've got a positive score. I think Chicken Crossroad was fairly close to 50-50. You'll have a number that should be... Yeah, there must be a player that has more wins than losses. Right, so G7's now a direct mate threat. Black's just starting to run out for black. Alright, he's exhausted every check he's got. And still I'm a long way back from 12-10. So, creative player, let's keep pushing the berserks. Double berserk again. Alright, I'll play Fianchetto. This will get interesting quickly. Oh, that's gonna give me this option. I'll take the opportunity to try to preserve my queen. Oh, I don't have a direct check on his king. I'm gonna try to secure some material. Bishop b7's coming. I don't want to take it because of knight d5. So the king's safely tucked away here. He needs to put a knight on e7 or get a pawn on b7 to try to penetrate. Yeah, we'll play a little bit more risky, allowing this square open, but I don't think the checks go anywhere. I figure I'm going to get in first. Okay, let's go. I want to bring the knight away first, so after knight at b4, king c4, queen c2 check. Hasn't gone where I expected. This is going to get captured. This should finish. Alright, so I pulled ahead of Opperwezen. I didn't expect I'd catch him even. So I've had a long string of berserk wins there. And it looks like Opperwezen and 12-10 are up against each other again. Okay. Well, let's just keep the head down and keep fighting. I found I seem to have got a few lower rated pairings in the back half. I was getting more of the higher rated ones in the first half, so it's a bit unusual. Maybe it's just the luck of the draw. Excuse me again. Okay, so I've got an e4, e5, a few trades have come off. I feel like white's a little bit better here because white has some pressure. So now I'll be very direct on the king. Alright, this looks like it's made it already. So king h4, queen f6, blocking off the g5 square, and then pawn at g3 mates. Alright, so we need a bit more of this to keep happening. Rafael Nadal. Now this is a tough opponent. We had a long stretched out game before. So this could be quite interesting, berserking this one. Alright, let's try to play a good game here. This one counts. Got to be both accurate and aggressive, I think. So I've got these two knights on d5, f5. They create a lot of pressure. My op's just sacked a knight there. I don't know if that helps him though. e7's hanging. So knight g7, bishop at f6, knight at e8, pawn at h6. Looks very dangerous. So in black, sacking this knight on f2 has given me another attacker, and hasn't actually got much return for it on my king. So he's opted to sack a queen there. I think that's too slow because now g7's under attack. Okay, let's finish this accurately, shall we? What's best here? I don't see mate yet, so I'm just going to grab some more material because my king's not under immediate danger. I'm at more risk of trying to find a mate and lose on time than there's rook at f8 that's direct, but rook at d8, knight c6, king e8, queen e7 is also a mate. It's hard to stop. Alright, happy to pick up that one with a berserk. Oh, Master 10's coming to the fold now, so he's having a go against 12-teen. Right, sushi breath. Gonna continue with the berserks. We're getting a fair bit of e4, e5 today. Okay, knight d2 played. So I've been playing a little bit of this on the channel as well. I think it's a balanced position for both sides. I'll figure out what I'm going to do against it. I think my path to progress is something like queen e7, knight d8. I may even back this bishop off first. Bit of a slow strategic game. I won't trade in the rook off because I feel like it distracts white's queen. Okay, here I've alleviated myself of this pin so I can get this knight active, get it away from this bishop, which looks like it's a little bit misplaced now. I might let that bishop go. Okay. My opponent's tucked himself away a little bit. I think he's gonna try to hold on defensively. Okay, I've just got to keep hammering away at these light squares. And at some stage, I'll probably switch tack and then play for pawn at g3. So now he's got a knight here. I'm looking at pawn at g3, so I'm not going to access that. My king's still safe. Yeah, I'm going to play a trick here where knight at e2 picks up a queen if he goes that way. Alright, so time's my problem now. I'm going to defend this bishop and get pawn at g3 in. So mate threat's appearing on f2 now. It's very hard to defend. Oh, 12 teams dropped another one. Who took him that time? Master 10 took him. Alright, Masalanka. So, seems like 2600s are in my berserking range now. Not sure if that's wise, really. Okay, I'll put a pawn here just deliberately to limit black's mobility. I've even declined this knight just because I'm playing a little bit practically here. With a time deficit that I have, I'm looking to find a position where I'm attacking and have a relatively safe king to make the moves easier for myself. And I figure with this setup and preventing this bishop from becoming active, it's a little bit easier for me to achieve that. So now I'm going to try to hammer the dark squares. Oops, I've inadvertently left this open. So that was not part of the plan. So e6 is an open square here as well. Okay, let's I'm going to cover off my light squares. I think that's a little bit too passive actually. Not too impressed with the way I played this one. Gonna have to make up some ground. Oh dear, bishop at c8, okay. Yeah, my heart skipped a beat there where my clock started ticking, but I didn't see a move pop up from my opponent. So knight at e7 is picking up the queen. I wonder if f2 is gonna brew anything. I'll have clock troubles again. So I'm looking at how I can get in an f6. I'm trying to undermine black's defenses. Okay, so g7's where I'm going to undermine. I feel my king's safer, I just feel I'm running out of time. Let's get direct. So at some stage, Queen at F8 might be able to sting. Or Bishop at F8. No, I don't have mate yet. Okay, 10 seconds. He's making me work for it. Okay, I'm desperately running short on time now. Oh yeah, he's worn me down. I don't think I'm going to catch him in time. So nicely defended there. Well played. Yeah, a little bit disappointed how I attacked there at the end, but what can you do? Ran out of time. So nice defense there from Masalenka. He had the increment and just held on, defended very accurately. So that takes the wind out of my sails a little bit with 20 minutes to go. Okay, try to get back on the horse. Alright, so C2 is a big weakness here. I'm going to hit quite early. And then I end up picking up a knight and a rook in exchange for a pawn. So after castles, the move I like is rook at c2. Didn't get that one. So yeah, playing a little bit too slow there. So bishop b4 check is a way I can pick up a queen at some stage, potentially. I'm trying to make that work. Alright, 12 teens up against Opel Wesson again. Oh, I think he's just actually, maybe that's a finished match. Alright, 12 teen. No, I'm not going to berserk this one. Alright, we've got e4 g6 again. So we had the black pieces last time, he's got the black pieces again. So we're entering the same opening. So early c5. Let's change things up. So this time I think I'm going to try to castle kingside. This has already started moving. Looks like he's not committing to the kingside yet. Centre's blocked. Okay, this looks interesting. So yeah, rook f2 and rook f1 is natural, doubling up on the file, and also giving g2 some coverage, giving f3 a bit more coverage. just some sensible progress. Okay, b5 played now. I don't think that's much yet. Now I'm just going to back this off. So maybe b4 is coming. He's going to try to get something knight e2 and knight at f4. I think he's making progress there. So yeah, I think both players are in a new situation here, but I think black's doing well. I'm happy to have got these rooks over here already. Okay, I didn't expect him to take that one. I felt he should have left that one there because it wasn't as useful. Okay, so he's gonna leave this one there. I could choose to leave it. Yeah, I think it's right to leave it. Okay, he's offered his queen. I'm going to trap it. He's probably going to take twice here. I feel like this is very aggressive given how much support I already have on the king side. Oh, he's going this way, bishop at e3. Yeah. Is there anything decisive? I don't see it. So I'll just cover my rook on f2. Alright, I need to try to proceed patiently here. He's getting me back here. Okay. It's a little bit uncomfortable. Try to keep things sharp. I'm looking at h6, rook takes h5. So now this rook check again and a bishop at e3 idea might be a possibility. So I'm going to deliberately block with the knight so he doesn't have a bishop in hand. Now he can grab h2, which helps him progress a little bit. every piece counts here. So I feel like I should try to make ground on his king. Or is that just helping and giving him a bishop? Alright, spending way too much time. Pawn at g3 is actually quite dangerous. I shouldn't be allowing that. I'm not getting much in return. And now pawn at f2. This is just bad play at the end here. I'm surprised if I'm not mated here. But knight e7 is a threat he has to be careful of as well. Yeah, nice finish. Really disappointed with how I played that. I felt I was better, and then bishop at e7 was just a move played due to a running clock. Yeah, maybe g3 has to be covered. So I think 12-10 is going to walk away with this one. He's played very well today. I've choked at the end here. Master 10. I've got to try to keep my head above Opperwesen. Now, because he's berserked, I'm going to berserk as well. Early knight g5. Let's see what comes of this. Okay, I'm happy to hit h3 here. He may even part with the queen. No, he's going to hold on to it. Okay, I'm stepping out of the way of this pin. Now I need to try to make progress. So I want to open up this file if I can. I'll put this here first. Alright, not at h4 is where I'm going to try to get in. It's a 1-0 game, but I just got to try to let him stew a bit. Okay, let's grab in. Alright, light squares, where I'm going to try to hit. Alright, he's going to try to make some tricks happen, no doubt. We're a long way from home yet. Okay, it's going to come down to the time scramble. Yeah, well, what can I say? got my king to h3, nearly got mated, but ended up checkmating his king with my king. Daniel FHD says, have you ever trash talked your opponent? Maybe in younger days I have, not more recently. I don't think it's the right thing to do. Maybe as a teenager. Excuse me. Maybe around 15 years ago I did it, but not of late. Okay, so Math Ace and I have played this line a couple of times. How to proceed here? I think it's sensible just to defend this bishop. I don't want to take this bishop because it helps black develop, and then the queen's covering some nice squares. I want to be able to play bishop at h5 to pick off this knight. That's what will help me. Danny Walker says, do you trash talk them in your head? I don't trash talk my opponents in my head, but I trash talk Danny Walker in my head sometimes. I'm already at a stage in life where I'm okay with losing. So, yeah, I'm not as don't have as much fire in the belly, so to speak. Okay, so pawn was sacked here. I chose to take it with a king just to leave this bishop here. Now I feel like I can capture it because there's a knight there. D5 was going to open up a discovered check, but that's now under attack. So pawn at f4 would start picking off some of that material back. Because white sacrificed a piece on f7 here, which is largely a positional play. And so if I'm not getting mate on the king, I need to try to win some material back. Ali Aaron Shelley says, sometimes your microphone sizzles a lot. So wanted to inform. Thank you. I've been trying to improve the sound quality gradually. Hasn't been the easiest thing for me. Now I'm going to grab this guy. So bishop at e3 is the one to be careful of here. I actually bought this new headset while on holidays. I think it improves things a little bit. But yeah, still some ways to go with sound potentially. It has been a lot worse in prior weeks. Danny Walker, some would say that when you reach the stage where you're okay losing, then you're already lost. Yeah, maybe that's me. That's an interesting move. Alright, do I gain anything from this check? That's the question. I think I do. I'm going to play it. I have to watch out for tricks on my king now, because there's discovered checks, there's this capture. Basically, black's trying to make it so that this square can be vacated, so that this check becomes more effective. Yeah, this is a practical decision, sacrificing this queen. I figure that that's the problem in defense and attack for me, so I'm going to remove that bishop. And a knight at g8 is going to supply some checks, which will allow me to play bishop at f6 and also remove this rook. So basically I've tried to alleviate the pressure on my own king in time travel. Oh, this looks like it's mated though. I've got mate here. Let's be accurate. Knight at f7 is better, that covers off the king, so they're all covered. Yeah. So knight at f7 and then after king d4, bishop at e3. So maybe king g7 needed to be played, then bishop at f6 was going to be dangerous as well and give me enough safety. Oh, Opelwesen's catching me. So he's just started a game against Master Tan. I may or may not get another pairing. But Stormy, okay, I have 2 minutes 16 to try to make a result on this match. Okay, I'm looking at trying to hit the d5 pawn. Already this position is new to me. Need to make some ground here and try to make some ground on the dark squares if he castles. Okay, let's get right into it. Alright, looking for a quick result here to keep my neck ahead of Opelwesen, but already the position should be won. Queen at g7, queen at h8, it's too hard to stop. So there we have it. Okay, fairly sure that should secure me second. So in the meantime, let's get another window open, and I'm going to start registration for the next event, the 30-second event. So we're going to switch gears. It's going to be a very quick match. So yeah, not too disappointed with a second place there. I'm going to withdraw from this one. Let's have a look at Opelwesen in the last bit. Looks like he lost his match. So yeah, we'll get on with the next one. Probably. Okay, we've got Master Tan, Opelwesen, Little Plotkin, Math Ace. Okay, here we go, 30 seconds. Oh, Bishop F2 is a bit crazy. That doesn't really work. Let's see how this goes. Got mated pretty quick. Oh dear. I got my move. got my move order wrong there. More often Bishop F2 is playable after Knight F6. A quick game's a good game. Let's shake that out of the way. Okay. "30 seconds, here we go." Yeah, maybe Bishop at G5 was a little bit better. Happy to trade coins here. Alright, we've got mate. Alright, let's go. Oh no, dropped the bishop. Oh, looks like it wasn't picked up. So I've got people saying that Mike is really acting up. I'll answer some comments in a moment, but I'm just going to get this game underway. So Jerome Vandenberg says, JannLee, what do you think about the new join button? I think it's fine. It's just a different colour. It seems like there's a few different colours on today. Seems fine. I don't mind it. He says, honestly, it's the worst change I've seen made to Lychus ever. It's pretty funny. I'll try to get some more comments in a moment. Okay. Alright, we'll do double King's Indian. Okay, 2 pawns hanging, h3 and c2. Pick this one off. Oh, alright. Should have mate here. It says, logically compromise a good sir JannLee. I've watched many of your broadcasts, and today there is what I may describe as audio interference. I do not recall this in the past. Maybe something is close to your microphone. There is an air conditioner on nearby. I could try turning that off. Let me try turning off the air conditioning. That might be creating the noise. I tested it last night, and it was pretty good, but the air conditioner wasn't on, so that could be the problem. I'll come right back. Okay. How's that, guys? Is that any better? The air conditioner is now off. Okay, we're up against Atmec. Oh, we're going down some aggressive lines here. I'm going to try to fight fire with fire. Alright, time's low. Let's figure this one out. Oh, you gotta move fast, come on. The noise persists. It says, just listen to it back later. It said, this is okay. John Ceruno asks, do you have a full-time job, or is chess full-time? So no, I have a full-time job. I don't play much chess outside of this. Okay, so I've got a direct attack on my king already. Queen at d7's there. You can't take g2. He'll see that. No, this is all my hobby. I do have a full-time job. Okay, I just got to watch the clock now. Right. Fire-Eyed Boy says it might be that your record level was set too high. I've noticed that your volume is pretty high anyway compared to other streamers. Yeah, it could be. I've had to put some mic boost in, particularly because I'm playing early in the morning. I'm trying not to wake up my family, so sometimes I try to talk quite softly into the microphone. I still want the audience to be able to hear. Okay, thanks for the feedback, guys. I'll have to work on that. I'll play the tape back and I'll see what I can do about it for next time. Okay, running very short on time again. Got to cover F2. Okay, we got to run. Oh, this would be better. Leaving it a little bit too fine on time, I think. Alright, 12 teams joined us as well. We've got a strong field today. I am Penguin. I don't know who this is, but here's an example of a player that has a plus score against me. He's got 2 wins and 1 loss. So just straight up going for a hit here. Okay. So I picked up an early pawn. I'll consolidate. Very fast opponent here. Yeah, queen d3, bishop at d2 to finish. Alright, Matheus has sawn ahead. Yeah, I wonder if I should take it a little bit easy in the early stages. I find I burn out by the end of the 30-second event because it's the end of 4 hours of playing continuously. And yeah, I just might be pushing too hard early on. So I might try to pace myself a little bit. Getting older now, this is reality. You can't just push maximum all the time. Because I'm certainly not coming in through the dark squares. Alright, there's a few checks going on here. Yeah, moving too slow, too slow. Oh goodness. Yeah, way too slow. That's unfortunate. Um, yeah, someone says Penguin IM is Andrew Tang, who gave Naka a tough time in Bullet. There's a video of him on YouTube. They say he was John Bartholomew's student. Sorry if the stream went offline. It may have just come back. Alright, I'm a little bit off the pace. I find at some stage one of the top guys just seems to run away with it, someone like Master Tan or 12-10 or Opperwesen. So I just got to try to stay in touch with it today. Okay, let's get going. Let's get going. Get some pace. Picking off the queen. Still going far too slow for my liking. Yeah, I think I could be mated here now. Oh dear. If I'm not mated, I'm definitely running out of time. Yeah, it's certainly not good enough up against the top players. Okay, little plotkin. Alright, he's not giving anything away. Okay, here we go. First little bit, first little glimpse. Getting the hell flagged out of me. Wow, still able to pull that one out. Alright, I think I just got to find the rhythm. Lots of strong players today, so taking it easy might not be good enough. Alright, upper Wesson again. Let's go. Is that just giving up a piece? We'll try to bluff. That was a good play, but got to seek some compensation somewhere. Oh, it's close to mate, but not quite. Yeah, he's too quick. Just not really coming up with a pace after that first event. I'm looking at knight at f2 and pawn at h2 here. Got to try to avoid that berserk button. I don't think I do well with 15 seconds. Alright, picking up a pawn here, and then looking to pick up another one here potentially. plenty of material. Let's actually try to not lose on time. Alright, we've got Math Ace again. I'm happy to play down some familiar territory. There's a weakness here on F7 I want to try to hit. Oh, and blundered a piece in the process. Oh, here comes trouble. I think Rook at H2 he probably meant to play. King G1, Bishop F2, maybe King F1. They're still safe. No, I'm feeling like the quality of my moves is really suffering with the time. That needs to be improved. It's still early days. It's time to make some hay while the sun shines. Looks like all the top players are giving each other a run for their money. Alright, time again. Let's go. Alright, we've got it. So I haven't really seen any of the top players really run away with a streak just yet. Where's Master Tan gone? I expected him to be up near the top. Oh, he's in 11th. Everyone's having to find their rhythm, I think. If anyone, it's Opal Weston, I think, who's performing the best so far this morning. Okay, so I picked up an early pawn against Opal Weston. Let's try to make something out of this. So I should probably keep my king safe first. And then bishop e5, bishop c4, looking attractive. Not so much now. Yeah, he sees what I'm trying to do. He knows exactly what I'm trying to do. Oh, hang on. Pawn at g6 would be good. Yeah, let's pick up the pace. Getting a little bit faster. I think it's anyone's tournament today at the moment. There's plenty to play for. Right, I've got pressure on e6 now. Oh, this is hanging. Let's grab that one. Right, you can see the field's the top. It's only 10 points separating the top 6 or 7 positions. It's very tight at the top today. Alright, I'm looking to hit the dark squares as quickly as I can. Got there a little quicker than I expected. So you got 63 to 50 separating top 7. Okay, math ace again. We've got opposite colours. Alright, I think he's dropping a bishop by doing this. Okay, so yeah, if you're playing well in this event, you should be trying to win a position like this with the pieces and not with the clock. So let's see if we can do that. Oh, bishop at h4 is the correct move there. And that removes the last chance for white to attack. 66, 65, 65, 64. Pure essence. Okay. So I've had plenty of practice against pure essence in this line. Let's see how it goes. This is an opening I think he quite likes. He's probably going to cause me a few problems here. Okay, got to stay sharp. So I'm allowing this because rook at g1 would mate. I'm going to keep hammering g2 in the meantime. There we go, happy with how I played that one. So getting into the groove a bit. Some sharp positions in low time situations. Alright, this is a positional sacrifice, just prevents black from developing. So black's got an extra pawn here. I expect Opperwezen to untangle himself quite well. He's a good chess player. He's done just that. So I'm feeling like I've achieved very little out of the opening here. Pinpointing this one now. It's not giving anything away. Alright, time's my problem now. Gotta try to get in on the light squares. Oh gosh, that's gonna hurt. Ah, far too slow. Nicely played. I find the difference against the top guys, if you really just relax it and you start playing for the clock a little bit, they will make you pay on the position. You just can't afford to do that. Okay, I'll get in first on his king. Okay, Opperwezen again. Okay, let's put in some solid play. I think that's a bit suspect. Alright, I've got him. That's more like it. Okay, Chacal France. Let's double fianchetto. Get the knight out. Consolidate king. Okay. Okay, picking up the queen. And this is mate as well. Prosky. Okay, so I think Krosky likes to get his king safe, and then play one of these sorts of games where he just keeps hacking on f6, and he just sits behind a wall of pawns. So I'm going to try to play against that strategy by picking off some pieces. But my time's running out, so okay, let's get into the position. Penguin's flying. He's on 89 now. So, yeah, the usual suspects aren't anywhere to be seen. What's going on? Master 10, 12 teen. Maybe they've taken a little longer to warm up after the longer time control event. Alright. My screen is randomly refreshing, which isn't a good feeling. I'll take this way. I just feel like it's a whole lot of fast play. I just need to defend accurately against it. When the time's right, we'll strike back. Okay, safe king. Gotta push on his now. Happy with that one. Rusty dude. I think he can be quite quick as well. I'm going to try to hit this queen with 95. Am I really getting anything out of it though? Alright, pick up the queen. Pick up the pace now. Okay, Mathos. Let's stick with this. Try to win the piece back here. The e6 is a bit of a hole. He hits with d5. So just consolidate e6 here with two pieces. Let's go back here. And I've got to make sure I don't fall off the pace. Alright, Okay, I've hit the lead just marginally, so I still have some tight contention with Penguin and Opalwezen. Penguin's had a little bit of a lull after a long streak. Master turn. I'll take this one first. Ooh, got a bit of sting. I'm going to protect E2 and threat an F7 at the same time. Let's grab this guy. So yeah, now it's all about time. Oh, this looks dicey. Nah, too slow, too slow. Nicely played there. Couldn't maintain the streak. So 12-10 says his internet keeps dropping. I think that's what's affecting his score at the moment. Interesting play. Yeah, just hit here. Be a scramble, this one. Try to finish accurately here. There we go. No, but it's quite unsettling. It's very difficult to focus when if his connection's struggling, and he's not going to be thinking clearly when there's a low time. Okay, Matan Gorodetsky. Oh no, I'm putting myself in danger here. I like pawn at h6 better instead of queen at h4. I think that was quite threatening for white. Okay, math ace again. Been having some success with this perk setup, so I'll stick with it. This is a little bit annoying. in trouble now. Okay, let's see if we can try to wriggle out of this one. No, I'm pretty sure he's got me from here. Yeah, nice finish. Okay, Penguinov. This is a very practical play here, not necessarily best. Well, I think that pays off. I think a practical approach is good here. Just getting yourself into situations that are easy to play is actually really important. We'll go this way. So I feel like Opelwesen's really making an effort to make a position that's difficult to play. Plays a lot of different or unusual moves. Keep the opponent on the edge. I think that's a good idea. Alright, I've got him this time though. So that game was an example where it's quite easy to play as white. It's quite safe, and I could just push aggressively, lose a little bit of material. So maybe that's the idea. So let's try to do that. Oh, hot fiery tactics. We'll leave that one. Might be getting busted first. Oh, yuck. No, my opponent, he blundered slightly. It wasn't a good win. I lost that somewhere in the middle game, and I got away with a cheap pre-move trick where he should have played rook at g8 to mate me, but he assumed that I would take his knight, so he went for queen takes g6. And even then he was still okay. Okay, Rusty dude again. Alright, so I've got what I want out of the opening, an easy position to play. I actually just have to play. Oh, knight at g4 was much better. Yeah, somehow I've just allowed some activity for black. Really got to stay mentally focused for a long time on this. Okay, little plot can give me a few problems. We both spent some time manoeuvring. See if I can improve. I'm going to give up this queen here, but trap his here. He's trying to mate me on the back rank. I'll go for his king. So I'm just going to resolve this mate threat here. Just talking and not moving though, that doesn't help. Kind of forgot I was in a 30-sec match there, just started talking about my position. Alright, we're coming to the close of the first hour. I think this is the time when you've got to make your move. I'm just waiting for the right time to play bishop h2. And he's not allowing it at any time. Too slow again. This is tough. This is tough. I think I need to go dark on commentary a little bit and just focus on the game for a while. Let's see how that goes. Maybe get some music on. Maybe that'll help. Yeah, why not? Let's go and do that. He's blinded a piece here. Gone too slow again. Playing rubbish moves as well. Come on. It's too good. Alright, I'm gonna get the music started up. You won't be able to hear it because it'll just be on my machine. But I feel like I need something to give me a bit of an energy boost here. Wow, really fading on the clock. Okay, let's get the music going. Music. So if you've seen my training grounds, yeah, I've just got some Armin van Buren on State of Trance 2015. Yeah, knight takes d5 was quite reasonable as well. Alright, let's try to stay on course. We get in the zone. Oh, that's a mistake. I'm in trouble here. Alright. Got myself out of a little bit of trouble. Let's press on the clock. Oh, too slow, too slow. Okay, looks like Master Tan's departed from the event. Here's where I'm hoping that some of the training I've been doing over the last couple of weeks will actually come to fruition. So far, I don't really feel like I've had much of an edge against the opposition here. Wow, look at Krosky. Krosky's coming up. Oh, this was hanging. Oh, he had mate. Knight at g5 was mating. He's just smashing me on the clock though. He's played well. See, Krosky's doing a good thing. He's playing a good practical game, whereas King's very safe, and then he plays very quickly. And there's just attacking potential from there. I think that's a wise way of playing a 30-second event, and he's actually doing very well. He's contesting the top positions. So that's outstanding. Good on him. Uh, Stood my ground on that game. Happy with that one. Yeah, I'm really happy to see Krosky rising up the ranks. I said in one of the comments on a video I posted, he's one of the best proponents of our game, Crazyhouse. Um, does an outstanding job, writing up articles. He wrote up the first article that put my name out there on Lee Chess, so I've got to acknowledge that. All right, let's go a bit wild here. I'm just simply playing these moves because I'm not finding better. Danny Walker made a comment saying, in Krosky's setup, it's difficult to get at the king. It certainly is, but more so in the time control we're allotted, it's even more difficult. Um, so it's not invincible, but I think it's a very good, smart, practical play. So if I go up against him, I'll have to be basically prepared for a long match where I'm going to be able to try to grind him down after winning material. He's not making that easy. So Murray Orton, another quick player. So this is quite a well-known line, this one. There's a lot of tactics, fair bit of theory involved in this as well. Oh, that's a mistake from my part. He should have played knight g5 and knight at f3 or knight at h3. That was stronger. So Penguin looks like the one to catch. 12-10 again. My screen keeps refreshing, which is quite annoying. I keep losing 3 seconds every time. Oh, come on. Wow, there was some insane speed there. And I felt like I lost 10 seconds at the beginning just because the page kept refreshing on its own. I don't know why it does that. It might be a connection issue. Alright, 42 minutes to go. I'm happy to see Queen f6 there. Quick, sharp finish. Cross key again. Alright, let's think about this. So I'm basically just going to defend as fast as I can. Alright, I had to wear him down on the clock in the end. I had to change my strategy. Alright, Krosky's still a little bit ahead of me. Oh wow, I was in check. There's just too much tenacity there from 12-10. Okay, 36 minutes to go. Penguin's still the man to catch. Penguin of Oh, I missed that. Alright, penguin again. Just wanted to get rid of that pin as quick as I can and start targeting. Oh, this was hanging. You got to play really fast and good against penguin. He's just so accurate. Ah, bishop h7 was better. Okay, 12-10 again. I'll let white get away with too much this opening. Oh, I just made it. Okay, Krosky, you got the black pieces this time. Maybe Queen D2 was better. Oh, wish I could stop coughing. This is a theoretical trap, this one. Black's now mated. If he runs back, there's Queen C7, Queen E7. If he runs up, there's Queen C5, King A5, Bishop C6. Whoops, just hung my queen. Alright, we'll try to seek compensation. This is quite dangerous for white, actually. I think white could be mated. That's a saving grace. Oh, thought I had mate. Oh, how disappointing. Alright, we got the penguin again. Oh, that's dangerous. Bad miss, bad miss. I made it from here. No, shouldn't have allowed that. Krosky now. Alright, I think Penguin's going to take it. He's played outstanding today. Good on him. Been a very tough opponent. And he's just destroyed the field as well. Alright, there's Upper Wesson and 12 team. Got to try to keep my neck up ahead of them. That's not going to be easy. Oh wow. Looking dangerous. Yeah, I like that I found Queen F2 and Queen B6 there. That was a good one. Krosky again. The 12 teens just keeping up right behind me. Alright, good quick win. So need to stay ahead. 12 teams just keeping up. So he's playing up against Penguin now. Flourish, a frequent viewer of my channel, also known as eDogBomb. He says, "Woof, JannLee, let's do this." Funny guy. Knight G5 should have been played there. Alright. Good game, eDogBomb. He said, well, that was easy. Oh, that's badly blundered game. I was winning that by a long shot. If you give him just a little inch, Penguin, he plays very well and takes the match. So well done to him for pulling that one out. Okay, we're up against Math Ace again. That one's going to cost me, I think, because I got 12 teen right behind me. Just want to grab this guy. So 12-10 took a loss as well. Okay, penguin again. He's dropped an early queen. Alright. Good to win that one. Keep my neck ahead. Dog Bomb's funny. He says he was literally trembling in the match against me. Funny guy. Fighting for every pawn and piece here. Oh, I'm in trouble. Too quick. So 12-10's taking the lead. Over me at least. He's now up against Penguin IM. Alright, I've got to try to put a few wins together. Wow. My opponent's just brought his king right out. Can't say I'm making him pay for it all that much just yet. So if queen takes queen, knight c7 mates, that's the key. Wow. Yeah, I'm not coming second. I'm now going to try to preserve third place here. Alright, up against 12-10 himself. Oh, he's let mate in one slip. Okay, Winston Ham. Winston Smitham. Alright, 12-10 took another loss. So, it's going to be a tight finish between second to fourth. Alright, the multiplier counts. Oh, I've slipped to fourth. Now only 2 points between 12-10, Opperwezen and myself. Next couple matches really count. Alright, Opperwezen, here we go. Oh, I blew this. That's a shame. No, that was a critical game. Alright, Rusty Dude. I say Levi says, I missed the V-neck added character, or maybe something else. Okay. Oh, I was going to try Berserk in the late stages. I think it's going to be too hard to catch Opelwezen in 12-10. Alright, let's try at least one Berserk. I haven't tried one yet today. Not making progress here. Yeah, don't think I'm cut out to Berserk matches in 30-second. It was a good last-ditch attempt. Alright, I'm going to have to settle for 4th place today. Just couldn't keep up with the likes of 12-10 and Opelwezen. Fine tournament as well from Penguin. He just blitzed the whole field about halfway through. So I got a 2nd place finish and a 4th place finish today. So got to be happy with that. Today's my last day of freedom. I'll go back to work tomorrow. Hope you've enjoyed the stream. I'm going to leave it there. I hope to keep up with Game of the Week in the next week, and we'll see you next time. Enjoy the rest of your weekend.